Okay, I have never played Forza Motorsport 4. I am very inexperienced with racing games. Prior to starting streaming, basically the only racing games I played were like kart racers, like Mario Kart. This Name is Lame has been trying to introduce me to more and more serious racers. Probably the closest to Forza I've seen is like a short sub-block stream we did a few years ago with a Gran Turismo game that I was really bad at. Only thing I know about Forza is that it leans more simulationist, and I wasn't able to make like a single turn in Gran Turismo. So this might be a nightmare. I don't know. We're going to try to check out the World Tour and things in the event list. This name is going to be guiding my experience a bit here. Trying to think if there's anything else to mention. I'm playing this on the Xbox 360. I have a physical disc. We tried to get the DLC set up, but it's basically impossible because of the weird licensing issues around the real cars in this game. In order for me to play it with all of the DLC, I would basically have to borrow someone's Xbox that has it downloaded. I can't play this on the Xbox One. I can't download the DLC. It's a nightmare. So I'm just playing the like base essentials version of the game here. So let's check it out. This is, I'll turn it up a little bit since people have different monitors at home.
We are an endangered species, you and me. We, fans of speed.
Game audio is maybe a bit quiet.
Of power. We, lovers of performance and beauty.
Let me know if it's too loud once actual gameplay starts.
There are few places that welcome us now. We dare not speak of cams or cranks or double wishbones. We fear for our love of roaring V8s and the smell of burnt rubber. We're told to think of economy and the environment, not excitement and enjoyment.
Oh God.
In an age of hybrid this and lentil-matic that, we are the odd ones out.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yet there is hope. There is a haven. A place that celebrates
This opening has not aged
grit,
well.
gears and fun. And it's all here for you to explore.
Here's a one-lap celebration of speed in the Bernese Alps. Okay, I'm gonna be horrible at this. I think I have to do this to get to like the title screen to like look at options and settings and stuff. Oh, is that Jeremy Clarkson? Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Sure. Okay, I think I get it. And I know like a big part of the pitch for these kinds of games is that they specifically have the real world cars and don't have like cars that are similar to real world cars. Oh, is my controller dying already? Okay, let me try replacing the batteries on it real quick. Not an amazing start there. Thought maybe this would happen, so I already have batteries ready. I did. Can I get like a different view of the vehicle? It's kind of nice that they put racing lines on the screen there. Why to rewind the race? Is there a non-first-person view camera mode that I can switch to? Didn't mean to press rewind there, but that's interesting. Lets me see the rearview mirror. Trying left trigger, left bumper. Left bumper, no. Back, oh, back. Oh, skybox is pretty. Maybe the game audio while racing is a bit loud, so I'll try to adjust that when I get a second here. So is the racing line trying to show me places where I'm expected to brake, essentially? And is that always displayed? Does that would be pretty helpful. I have like zero intuition for that. So I need to break my bad Mario Kart never break habits. Uphill this coast. Game looks pretty. Well, why is it, do you think, that the genre like stalled out in 2011? Just that it's too expensive to make these games, or they've taken them in a different direction since now? Like, I have no experience whatsoever with simulation-ist racing games, so it's hard for me to even conceptually imagine what could be different about them in the first place, right? Like, I can imagine what's different about any two Mario Kart games. You want to write an essay this early? Okay. Auto braking is on by default. How does auto braking work? Is it just
by selecting your first car.
Exactly what it sounds like? If I hold down gas, it'll still brake for me?
To ensure a balanced race.
Let's do the Chevy Spark. I don't know anything about cars. I tried to fix what wasn't broken. Now it's a blue car.
Select Go Race to get right on the track.
Alright, so I finally have a menu here. This is probably terrifying, and I shouldn't look at it if I remember the similar menu in our short Gran Turismo session. Okay, how helpful is the quick upgrade? Because that sounds like that means I don't have to use my brain, which would be great.
To start your career, select World Tour. World Tour takes you on an expedition of the world's most elite racing circuits in some of the fastest cars available.
Your guidance is to do, there's 10 sections to World Tour, and every time I complete a section, I should go do 2 hours of event list, is that right?
Amateur division. Here you will compete against subcompact cars in a short 5-race season.
Turning it down a hair here. The race itself was quite loud.
Now we move to the Ladera test track, a facility dedicated to the testing of cutting-edge automotive technology. At each racing circuit, you can choose from several events. Displayed events are suitable for either your current car or cars in your garage.
Okay, so I probably want driver level. I guess I don't know what any of this stuff does, so I'll just pick it arbitrarily.
From here, you can manage your settings prior to racing, or simply select Start Race to
Set
get right
difficulty. Easy. That's great. That must be why that first race felt like I wasn't just like crashing constantly, like when I first tried Gran Turismo. Okay. So do I like get nothing if I don't get first place? And I don't know if this is actually trying to teach me anything. It hasn't really had a tutorial yet, unless if I've missed it. Just ignore all of this. Okay, so like the first level is in a Ferrari, so you can enjoy a Ferrari, I guess. Okay. Try to watch for the auto braking to see if I can see how that's working. Yeah, I see it braking there. I still need to like let off the gas when it turns yellow, is that right? It's a little bit frustrating that you can't like get into the options menu from the title screen, but whatever. It's fine. Video games. Chevy Spark. So do you have any like agenda for me to switch difficulties during play or something? Almost like a Ferrari. I feel like I can 100% cheese my way through easy auto brake, autos, whatever else they have turned on here. I do like that that color changes based on what you're currently doing. It changes to green after you've broke. What exactly is the... So, the auto brake is just whenever the line is red. The car brakes the correct amount even if you're holding down the gas, and auto steer is on? Is it just keeping me from going off the course or something? Is it like bumpers in Mario Kart? Right now this controls like a normal racing game I'm used to, not a simulationist one. Chevrolet fan. Infinity level with different brands, it's funny. Maybe still a bit loud here. Don't hear more. All Chevy parts are cheaper. I'd rather piss in my Ford than shit in a Chevy
Complete
or whatever.
races to circle the globe and test your skill on a variety of tracks from around the world. Now it's off to Road Atlanta, one of America's classic circuits. From additional credits to affinity boosts, each race provides different bonuses for both your car and driver.
I need to do these 3 different options here. I'm going to keep doing driver level because I don't know what any of this does or why it matters.
With each completed race, you increase your affinity level for your car's
I think you're going to have to tell me to turn off the assists because the game feels really good right now. I feel like if I turn any of that shit off, I'm just going to fail instantly. Gotta earn that brand loyalty. Take off the training wheels. Oh god. I will leave it on for 52 hours. Otherwise. It's interesting that it's on by default. Usually conveys to me that they want it to be on. I know we got a whole menu for this. Oh, can I keep ABS on at least? Oh, it gives me more earnings. Okay, that's kind of smart. Simulation steering. Do these cars not have ABS in real life? I don't think I've ever driven a car without ABS. Yeah, this is gonna be a fucking disaster. There's no way. I'm trying to, like, conceptually understand what steering assist was even doing in the first place. Midnight Club 2 probably helped slightly to prepare me for this, just because it was a game that I had to, like, let off the gas to even succeed in ever, but still probably gonna have a bad time here. I guess I started skidding there when I'd not have been skidding with auto steer. Whee! Glad they have that rewind button. That's kind of nice. Do I have any penalty for rewinding? It's an interesting mechanic to include. Yeah, okay. I think I have to go further back. I have no idea what I'm doing. 2 laps, okay, so I have to do that hard turn later. Oh, I see I'm skidding now, gotcha. Oh god, okay. That's gonna take me a while to fix. Never done that in a real life car, maybe like once in the ice. Let me go back. The racing line ever something that I'm going to be required to turn off? Because I think I'd be very much in trouble without it. Okay. And I think I've asked this question in previous games, but like, the racing line is a, how do I put this? It's mathematically determinable based on the car, right? Like, this isn't just a suggestion of, oh, this is a way you can drive through the track that's probably okay. Like, this is literally the optimal way to drive through this course. Shit. Oh, wow, there's actual damage to the car. I remember, isn't there some game where they didn't permit any damage to the car even though they were licensed? It's kind of impressive. You've been awarded your choice of several cars. Maximize speed and minimize distance traveled.
Well done. You've reached a new driver level. This earns you a choice of gift cards. Keep racing to continue your progress and earn additional vehicles.
It's the funny emoji. I've driven a Ford Fiesta before. And it's blue, so it's makes the decision.
Your next race is at the infamously tight and technical Tsukuba circuit in Shimotsuma, Japan.
I'm just gonna keep doing driver level. It's fun peeking into this universe because it's one that just never had any overlap with me in my life, and like I've got friends and family who are super into cars that would probably like be screaming at me for picking the wrong car there or whatever, but it's just something that's never happened to intersect with me, so it's like peeking into another world. It's cool. Driven a Ford Focus, Pontiac Sunfire, a Ford Taurus, so that's my experience with cars. Oh, it's making me slide all around. Oh wow, let's go back. I do like this rewind mechanic. It at least lets me try to understand what the specific turn that was causing me problems was, instead of having to do the whole race again to try it again. That's what was driving me crazy about Midnight Club, was like needing to take forever just to try the one hard part again, right? Is that a new innovation for Forza 4 specifically? Was that in prior games? Do they still do that in the modern ones? It seems like there's like minimal penalty for using it, or is that like one of the difficulty settings that I eventually shut off the ability to use it? Gives you a bonus if you turn it off. So having access to it costs me points or time or whatever. Yeah, I like that there are endless subcultures to be a nerd about. I respect people's nerddom. Be a nerd about video games, you can be a nerd about tabletop games, you can be a nerd about football, right? It's all just human subcultures. God. Word. Better than what I was getting before. So, if I have rewind turned on and never use it, I may as well just shut it off because I'm still losing out on the bonus. Oops, shit, I didn't do that. A really hard turn to make. It feels like I have to brake way soon. So is that telling me brake at the moment your car passes the arrow, or is that saying brake, like start to brake as you approach the arrow? The B button is the brake button, right? No, it's left trigger. Okay, well that explains my problems. That certainly contributes. I've been tapping B throughout this whole race. Wait, so what does the B button do? Does it do nothing? All the other face buttons seem to do something. No, I didn't need it with the assisted brake. Oh, so I was kind of braking? That must have been why I thought I was doing something that was helping me. I just noticed that my lights weren't turning on and I was confused. A is handbrake? Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just because I was letting off the gas and that was feeling slightly productive. So I assume I generally have to temporarily ignore the racing line to overtake. Well, obviously, because I assume the computer's always following the racing line no matter what. So that's just a total waste of time that I didn't get first place. It looks like it still gives me some credits. Okay. This is the roundest car.
Today you travel to Dunsfold, England, the home of the BBC's hit series Top Gear and their famous test track.
Welcome to the Top Gear Challenge. Now, the idea here is to knock down as many pins as possible in just one lap. Each event has a target score for you to beat, or try to beat.
Okay. Is driver level really just unlocking new cars for me that I can't use until I get to a higher tier, or... This name was really trying to get me to have all the DLC installed so I can see all the different cars, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I will probably use one car in each tier for the whole game, unless the game actually forces me to use a different one. Oh, really? Are they in the same, like, engine tier or whatever? I feel like I need to remain brand loyal, right? That's a game mechanic. So wait until I get another Chevy. Oh, that's cute. Is that like a real thing or back when Top Gear was still a thing? I'm aware of Top Gear through cultural osmosis, primarily. It's like the Grand Tour now. So do I get any kind of direct penalty for being on the grass, or other than just the fact that it's less efficient? Interesting.
Our next destination,
because that's not what the game is supposed to be about.
Of the Hockenheim ring.
But the game doesn't have like a, oh, we're gonna dock you credits because your tire touched grass.
Of two individual heats. The first takes place in the morning, and the final before the sun sets in the afternoon.
Okay. Random credits bonus. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay. I doubt I'm going to be able to tell the difference, but sure. As soon as I saw the upgrade menu in that Gran Turismo game, I was like, oh my god. I don't know what any of this is. I have no conception of what any of this will do practically. I bet I could tell the difference if you'd let me compare a, like, piece of shit Ford Focus versus a top-of-the-line sports car or something, and, like, gave me the best piece in the game versus the worst piece in the game, but the incremental upgrade is, like, completely arcane, invisible to me. I think also Gran Turismo was tracking like a shitload of stats. There it looked like it was only like 3 stats, which I can do Mario Kart stats like weight, top speed, and acceleration, but I assume that somewhere under the hood it gets more complicated than that. So those aren't the only 3 stats, that's just the 3 stats that were modified by the auto upgrade. So this feels like the same car. One car really got knocked off the course. Wow. So I have it on easy mode, but is the game also escalating difficulty as I progress to the tour or something? Okay. Sent me skidding. That's interesting. These are all presumably like real racetracks. I have a friend who's really into F1 driving and has like a elaborate VR F1 racing set up with like a steering wheel and pedals and everything. And I really struggle to make a single turn in that game. This track is real, okay. The fake tracks are just trying to do whatever would be most interesting for Forza, I guess. I guess I'll put that one back since I lost a bunch of speed. I'm very used to games like this actively encouraging bumping the other cars. Like, I noticed that there is some money I'm not getting because of taking damage, but is it always incorrect to bump other cars in this? That's an ethics question. I'm wondering if like I always get fewer rewards or credits or whatever if I bump into cars versus if bumping them can get me into first place, but I lose the damage bonus or whatever, it's fine. Can you restate your question in the form of a trolley problem? Oh, not all bumps do damage, okay. So is there drafting in this? Or is it maybe not noticeable at this level? Kind of interesting choice. I don't know what all it's doing in the simulation, I guess. I adjust this here. Well, it's headphones technically, but car versus tires. Interesting choice. Okay. Oh, it's just having me do this one again because I didn't place well enough. Oh, I see. Do I have to like turn into the skid? I'm trying to think what I would do in a real car in like the snow. Really hard for me to like apply a real world driving knowledge to a video game just because using a controller feels so different than all my muscle memory from pedals and a steering wheel. Oh, really? Okay, I can check that here in a second. What all does it simulate with damage? Like, can I, like, fuck up a tire or something? Or is it just, like, aesthetic damage to the vehicle itself? Oh, that's a difficulty setting? Oh, God. So I guess maybe Forza is trying really hard to like bridge the gap between the simulationist crowd and the arcade crowd by giving you options to ease yourself into it. Turning gamers into car lovers and car lovers into gamers. Interesting. What is that sound? Oh, it's just the song. Okay. Stands out from the background. Has Connect support, so you can use an imaginary steering wheel and probably have a terrible time. Sounds horrible. This one's the roundest. I can't pick blue? I made a mistake.
Congratulations! You have completed the amateur division. You are now qualified for the Clubman division.
Clubman. Okay.
The Clubman division is slightly longer and features races for faster hatchbacks and
Wait, so
coupes.
did I just finish a section of the world tour? Is it time to go do event
Today
list?
You'll revisit Switzerland and the twists and turns of the Bernese Alps.
Okay. Divisions. So I go back. I go to event list. And so you want me to do event list for 2 hours? So that's until 2:42 on the clock. Okay. Oh god. But I literally can't do any of them because I have no eligible cars. Or is it trying to highlight the eligible cars? Garage cars. Current car eligible. Okay. Sure. So it doesn't cost me anything. Do I like have the parts in my garage or something? So what's the point of this? Like, am I not going to see all these tracks in World Tour? Is it some kind of specific challenge to it, like the requirements on what's allowed to be on my car, or like, am I gonna have to do a sick jump halfway through or something? You can re-equip parts once you buy them. Okay. Don't show up in World Tour, only show up like once. I assume sick jumps are not, I was joking, but the main thing that distinguishes Event List from World Tour is seeing tracks that appear infrequently in World Tour. I'll just do one then and come back to it. Yeah, I imagine getting used to fast cars will make it hard to come back to slow cars. This is the track from the intro, question mark? Maybe not. If you're doing a sick jump, something has gone catastrophically wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought the skybox looked familiar. So I think I have racing game muscle memory to pump the brakes as opposed to press and hold them. Is that going to cause me problems in this game? It seems to be servicing me okay right now, but... Gonna hurt me with ABS on. Is it actually better with ABS off? Oh, really? It responds to the analog on the trigger? That's kind of cool. Is it doing that with the gas as well? I imagine so. Okay, because I've just been completely letting off the trigger. Traction control. I guess I should look at what all is on here. Okay, so I have to like place in all of these essentially. I'll go back to the World Tour if that makes more sense for now. 6 minutes in event list for the first one. I guess let me know when you think it's time for me to go into the event list. Random affinity bonus.
events are based on your currently selected car. To be offered different events, simply change your car.
So is my car promoted to E-Class through the auto upgrade system? I thought I saw that happen earlier. I assume there's some limit where I can't make a Chevy Spark whatever the best class is, and it's going to force me to change cars, right? Do these weather conditions actually matter? Like, does it track like cold versus hot tires or whatever the hell? It's kind of funny. I think my friend's F1 game does simulate that. Well, that wasn't a great start. Okay, so I'm gonna go a little bit further back. This is gonna be a weird question, and I think the answer is obvious, but it's hard for some reason for me to map the action of pushing on an analog stick to turning a steering wheel, right? Where, like, if my steering wheel's already turned to the left, I can't suddenly revert it to neutral and turn it all the way to the right without turning through the left it's already turned into, if that makes sense. So when we say turn into the skid, that means if I see my car skidding to the left, I press left on the analog stick. I'm trying to imagine playing this with a Kinect. That sounds so horrible. Is that the only Kinect integration? Tire and brake temperatures are the only ones. Like, that's an example where my car took some damage from doing that, but I don't know if it was worth it to get the overtake. Turn towards whatever direction the back of my car is skidding to. Okay, yeah, I guess that's part of the problem. I intuitively feel what turn into the skid means when I'm driving a car in ice in my real-life first-person view, but I don't really think about the car I'm driving in terms of where, like, the back tires are going or anything like that. Now, why would you want to prefer the tire audio. Does that tell you something about how your car is performing or something? The more noise they make, the closer they are to breaking traction. Interesting. That makes sense, Scarf. Maybe I'll just build intuition from doing it with a video game. So, this probably doesn't matter, but like, how is the game modeling the analog stick with regard to like a steering wheel? So if I'm like, if I tap the analog stick to the right and then let off it, is that like somebody turning the wheel to the right and then reverting to neutral? I don't know if that causes problems, right? Say this is almost the roundest car. This one sticks out a little bit. It's got like a little nose. Should pick the car based on the goofy face that it has at the front. So that's like a kind of manic, happy guy. That's kind of a dopey looking, like maybe fairly pleasant fat frogman. That's like a fly person with a pointy nose. It's really hard to see the face on this one. It seems like a serious business car. Let's take the serious business car.
The next leg of the tour takes you just south of St.
Their games where
Petersburg,
picking the wrong car can
to the
really fuck
Sunset
you.
Peninsula Raceway.
It's how far the wheel is turned. Okay, so if it's in neutral, the wheel is not turned at all. So tapping the stick is essentially turning the wheel a bunch. So really, if I tap the stick all the way to the right, it's like I'm magically moving the steering wheel all the way to the right in a frame. Interesting. I assume it's doing some kind of shenanigan under the hood to not cause the wheel or the wheel to snap. Gotcha. Makes sense. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's kind of cool with the road being at like an angle there. Fictional track. So practically, like, if you go to a race like this, are you also watching the race on your phone or something, or on monitors somewhere? It seems like it's a uniquely difficult sport to like attend in person. I guess it depends what you're going to the sport for. They have monitors. Okay. Okay. Like NASCAR, you can see everything, right? Which makes sense. Sure. Something like rally racing, like, is there almost no actual spectator seating because it's so long and it's all monitors? Chevrolet parts are free? Is that what that's saying? Rally spectators are lunatics. So can I continue to get advantages for Chevy, or is that the best possible brand advantage?
The scenic vistas of Camino,
Okay,
Viejo to
follow.
Montserrat. In extreme multi-class, finish first in your group while sharing the track with another group of very different cars.
Okay. That seems impossible? Question mark? Okay, sounds good. Is this a real kind of event? I see. Does NASCAR like cycle through a set number of courses as like a feature of the event every year? You know that it's going to go to these courses in this order. That's kind of what F1 does, sort of, right? But they add new ones all the time, like the new Las Vegas one that I understood kind of sucked for everyone. Oh, interesting. I don't know what happened at the start of the race there. Was that me holding the gas down too hard when the car started? Okay, the car controls a little bit differently now, I think. You can kind of feel the difference. Something just come out of my exhaust pipe? I guess originally it felt like it was like a heavy box. Six laps. Still not great at that turn, but... So what does that thing on the left side of the screen that says turn with the boxes mean? Oh yeah, I saw the exhaust pipe again. Oh, okay, it's trying to give me feedback. So is 4 full rectangles good? All right, that's helpful. Try to eyeball that. Sometimes I'll feel like, oh, I overtook, so that was a good turn. Now the cars I'm lapping here, the ones that are like lower class or something, okay, instead of doing roundness, we're going to do the little face on the front of the car. I think that's more sustainable. Okay, it's a really silly looking guy with his teeth like, ugh. Kind of looks like a sleek robot. Kind of the Bender car, basically. Be Bender.
Your next event will take place under the warm California sun at Mazda Raceway.
I don't like the
Laguna,
cars that
Seca.
have like an angry face. Take themselves too seriously, I think. So they do mixed class racing. I'm just trying to understand, like, are the two classes essentially only racing each other, but it adds an element of more overtaking that's happening all the time? Oh, so it's trying to give me class. So why did it jump me straight to B when I was in D or whatever earlier? Is that just a feature of the mode? So it won't prompt me to drop back down, but it will prompt me to go up. Oh, so there was like 3 choices and one of them just happened to be B class. So that's weird. So it'll offer me stuff that's outside of my current options. Oh man. Touching a car here is very bad. Now, should I actively try not to do that? Is that like bad form? I don't know if in a real race you would get like a flag or something for doing that. Gives you 2 for your selected car and 1 for another car you own. Oh, so because I owned a B-class car, one of the ones it offered was a B-class? Okay, I'll drop it back down. Try to drop it down here and then in a second. But I still have the parts to make this a B-class car if I wanted to later. Interesting. It's like trying to be smart, basically. Surprised it's not just like a scripted sequence, but... Oh, so they're specifically Chevy Spark parts? This turn really gives me trouble for some reason. Seems like the rewind is kind of smart, like sometimes it takes you further back. Is it trying to identify a point where the computer thinks it could fix your mistake if it was driving or something like that? No. Is there any reason to own 2 of the same car? Yeah, I was wondering that too. Oh, I see what you mean about off-road being extra sticky. Just to deliberately discourage that kind of shit. How is that discouraged in real-life races, or is it? Penalties? Who needs paint? All right, so this one is like a frog guy with big mouth, but his eyes are upside down, which is kind of weird. He's like hanging upside down from a tree or something. This guy kind of looks like a goofy pig. I kind of like the goofy pig. Looks kind of neutral. Like he's got like a retainer, maybe braces or something. Another sort of upside down looking guy. He doesn't quite look angry, so he's not gonna get penalized for looking angry. This guy's like Anya Taylor-Joy. The eyes are really far apart. Let's go with the goofy pig face. Look, he's got a little cute little smile at the bottom and right below his goofy pig nose. I like this one. Yeah, if it lets me.
Your next event is being held at the Nurburgring's thoroughly modern Grand Prix circuit.
Oh, should I just stay on B then? And I'm doing okay with B. Oh, I see. So I'm not even looking at the class here. I'm just picking the one that gives me like a driver bonus. This keeps me on B, but this would drop me back down to D.
Select paint to customize your car's color, or apply graphics and designs to turn your car into a truly unique work of art.
Do I pick paint? Somewhere else, I guess. And the face on the Spark is kind of boring. He doesn't look angry. It looks like he's trying too hard to be hip. Okay, maybe I'll check after this. Hire driver. Oh, you said there was a HUD option that might be interesting. Names over cars, right? Seems like that's helpful. Okay. I might switch to the pig car just because I like it's my favorite face I've seen so far. Scarlett Johansson, that's cute. Favor. Oh, Giancarlo Esposito. Do you know that he's in Do the Right Thing? Very, very young Gus. Before he was Gus, playing an extremely different character before he got typecast as Gus. Andrea almost met him at the Albuquerque airport at one point, and it was just like, you know what, I'm not going to bother him. Good for you, Andrea. Not going to be a high-value interaction. So, like, what's kind of like your cathartic milestone for a game like this as someone who's like super into racing games is going to sink 50 plus hours into it? Is it unlocking and customizing new cars? Is it doing like really difficult tracks? Is it mastering the racing lines to get 4 solid rectangles in every turn? Oops. Came at that one very wrong. I don't know if I can make that sharp of a turn here. My car doesn't physically seem to be able to turn that sharp. Faster times, okay. Like as a person who mostly plays stuff like Mario Kart, it's, you know, getting first place in all cups on 150cc or whatever the highest difficulty is. And then after that, I've never really felt a lot of desire to go back and like do really well in the time trials or anything like that. But I guess Mario Kart's never really done a particularly good job of like tracking your success with specific carts and characters in the way that like Smash Brothers does. So that part's opaque to me. I guess if I model it as like a Smash Brothers thing, it's okay, you have a character that is your favorite, but you try to do really well with all of the characters at some point and unlock all of them just to show that you can.
Today's event takes place on the serpentine mountain roads of Fujimi, Kaido.
Oh, cool.
In one-on-one challenge,
Deja vu.
race through slower traffic to beat your rival to the finish line.
Rival mission, okay. So we want to stay on B. I don't want to do anything that goes above B. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I feel like I've probably played a game that has a comparable catharsis element to it. It does seem like it's like really satisfying for my friend who likes that F1 game to just be able to complete a lap without crashing into a wall or something horrible happening, right? Because it's so hard by default. Maybe like realizing that you need to stop button mashing in a deliberate combat game like Souls, and actually feeling that your character is doing exactly what you're telling them to. Oh, I really don't know what to do in situations like this one. Is it ever gonna tell me if it expects me to handbrake? Only ever done handbrake shenanigans in games where its implementation is like really cartoonish. Never optimal in pavement racing. Really interesting. I guess I need to take this turn very slowly, and then after that I can use the rewind because it hasn't made a rewind save point yet. Some of the names are like actors, some of them are like actual racers. An exhaust thing again. I see. Should I be like alarmed when my exhaust backfires like that? I've never seen a car do that before in real life. What does that indicate is happening? He's long gone, isn't he? I guess I'm catching up. powerful cars when they lift off the gas. Trace amounts of unburned fuel in the exhaust. Interesting. Great. Absolutely horrible face. Completely, like, what is this, he's like a sleepy snake. Okay, so like the orange eyes on the left side, that's the eyes. He's like a snake. I don't like it. Guy's got a cool guy. He's got his mouth open though, like he's catching flies in his mouth there at the bottom. Ooh. Kind of a variant of this guy, except he's like yelling as he's moving fast. I kind of like that one. Let's do that. Yes, I do. I should probably pick the colors more often. Let me try the pig car. That was my favorite so far. So World Tour is just trying to give you a nice little mix of events, I guess. That anytime you boot up the game, you can do this, and it'll give you kind of a random playlist. Let me try to back up. Paint always free. Oh geez, I just want to paint the whole thing. I need to change my car, I guess, first. There's the cute pig car. Okay. So does the colors it offers me at the beginning just random, or cars that colors that car came in by default or something? Okay, so we want like not hot pink. It is a pig car. Like a pig pink. That seems like a pig pink. Probably shouldn't have a stripe. Stripe like color fine tune. I don't do that. Saturation and brightness. Oh, manufacturer colors. Okay. So is the stripe just not something I can adjust, I guess? Yes. Okay, so I've wasted all my time in the Chevy so far, but that's okay. All right, pig car, let's go. Kami. Smart. 69 pig car. Perfect. Nice. We had fun with that spark. But I can't justify the front of the car. It looks like it's trying too hard to be cool. Wink, wink. Got it. Missed the spark, but I guess maybe I missed the B class. Does the upgrades of the parts just make all the cars essentially handle the same? Or there's still like basic handling rules that are universally true? I'm guessing the game isn't simulating like the shape of the car's body and whether that's aerodynamic or not. I assume it's just kind of like roughly approximating drafting as if you're certain distance from the car in front of you, it's giving you a mild max speed boost or whatever. It's not like actually simulating the air. No one has made Dwarf Fortress but for racing. Oh, okay. Is that good? I don't know when you would use one or the other. It looks like I was maybe dropping frames there or buffering or something. I don't know, the way Twitch changed the way ingest works. I noticed my bitrate was lower. It didn't show any dropped frames. Looks like it's maybe recovering now, question mark. Back this up. Rear-wheel drive is better with more power, but front-wheel drive is easier. It passes here, sorry about that. This is a lot harder to drive with. Actually not a great time for a rewind point. Prone to oversteer versus understeer. Try to think about that in my mind, understand why that's true. Part of the problem is those are terms that just mean nothing to me. Like, I understand conceptually what they mean, but okay, I like you, Piggy Car, but I think I'm gonna have to use the spark for the entire game. I will not be able to apply my lessons learned from other cars to other cars. Oh, but I have to do a second one? Okay, I'll do that first. I guess I should try to learn where it says that when I opt into the race. Have to make my peace with the suboptimal face on the spark. Aw. Oh, that's really far back, jeez. I think you're right. It's just trying to make checkpoints every so often. But sometimes you get lucky and it takes you back to the perfect spot. Oh, cool. Okay. Teach me to check that out. So if you had all the DLC unlocked, do you still have to unlock it as part of gameplay, or does it just give you all the cars in your garage right away? Feels like my ass is like swinging out constantly. Is this the true meaning of rear wheel drive? Swinging ass is oversteer. Okay, I can try to internalize that. Oh, so I think that's what you were saying, that if we did this on an emulator, the emulator would like just make them all cost one. All right. It'd be kind of neat if it added them to the pool of unlocks. Okay. I guess the bottom of it kind of looks like his mouth is down. Like he's got like a duck bill almost. Kind of cool looking. This guy doesn't seem like he's got anything to say. Kind of tight-lipped. Go with the duck bill. Yeah, it's definitely duck colored.
Fantastic work. You have proven
I
your
see.
mettle in the Clubman division and are ready to take on the Sportsman series.
Clubman is like a funny thing.
The Sportsman series.
So
will
now
show you more
I
of
could
the
start
world
doing
and
event
matches
lists, or do we think it's still
with
a ways
performance
off?
coupes and sedans. Now we travel to the beautiful Maple Valley Raceway in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire? Forget about it. So you're saying if I want, where is it here? Upgrade? Oh god, this is gonna be scary. I wanted to change the bumper. Aero and appearance. Okay. What's up with that? Like, it's like dangling from a chain. What is it? Why does that make it a race bumper? This makes him look too angry. Like, you end up getting two faces here, right? You have like a really angry face on the bottom, like, ah! And then you have the headlights at the top that are kind of more dopey looking. Okay, so like the bottom headlights there. If I think the face is the bottom headlights, then I like this face better. He looks kind of cute, actually, right? But here he looks too mad. Looks he's taking this too seriously. Okay, he's got the little grill with his teeth out. Let's stick with what we got. That's downforce. Hey, he's kind of cute looking now. Got a little bit of attitude. But he doesn't look like actively pissed off. Alright, so anything green I can do? Does it track the ones I've already completed? Oh god, I think I did that one already. Wait, completed races 1 out of 5. Now is that gonna fuck up my bumper too, or is it gonna try to like maintain the arrow stuff? So I got 4 hours of event list to do here. Looks like it kept it. Got like a goofy little unibrow. $94, fuck that. The back of the car usually has a face too, but you kind of need the license plate to make the mouth. I don't like that none of them have license plates. They all feel naked. Osmosis Jones. Oh yeah. Got the landscape looks right. So I'm already feeling myself developing a bad habit here, and that's seeing that it's going to require me to brake soon and braking early until the line turns green and yellow again. I guess that's just like a less efficient way to take the turn. It's telling you where to brake because that's the best speed, distance traveled compromise. It's especially going to be bad if doing that ends up letting me stay in first place, because that's the only thing I'm really mentally keeping track of right now. Am I still in first? Brake once per corner. Yeah, so this thing just seems to handle way better than the pig car. That's just because of the rear wheel drive. So it's hard to say that. I could say front wheel drive pretty fast. Is F-Class better handling? I guess I would have expected better handling at the higher tiers. The different tiers in Midnight Club, I was kind of able to feel the difference. Ah, okay, but I'm going slower. Someone's gonna make a minivan racing game. I saw somebody on Twitter is making a like parking garage racer that seems kind of cool. "40 years of tire and suspension tech evolution." So I get pretty much equal progress. Okay, so they just sent me a money bonus. So is it like really easy to get free parts from all of the manufacturers? I misunderstood what you were saying, T. Anderson. So, like, it's actually modeling the fact that the tires and suspension on the pig car are sucky because the car's old? Huh. It's kind of cool. I guess I've never paid attention to how, like, consumer-grade cars have improved significantly outside of, like, the obvious, you know, idiot non-car guide user features like the stereo. And the dashboard features. Like, I guess the one thing I know from, again, cultural osmosis is that cars are, like, way safer now. That cars from 40, 50 years ago would just get completely fucking annihilated in a crash. They didn't have the same kind of crumple zones and stuff. And now your car only gets annihilated in a crash if you have a Tesla. Yeah, so I guess let me know when I should turn any of the other difficulty settings up or down or whatever. I'll just keep playing it on this indefinitely with the Spark. Change is bad for me in a game like this, so I understand that it's ultimately good for understanding the genre or whatever. But I would literally play this with the Spark for 52 hours with auto steer and auto brake on and not feel bad about it at all because of the way it seems to be structured. I'm guessing they structured it this way to make it as accessible as possible to new players so they don't feel like they're like missing out on the base game by playing it at whatever difficulty they choose. But that's bad for me. Turn off stability management. Okay, I'm interested to see what that does. Widespread adoption of radial tires in the 70s transformed how vehicles behave. Huh. So I don't know anything about that. If you don't mind explaining it a bit, like what changed about tires? What even are radial tires compared to non-radial tires? It would be fun to try to do a Dwarf Fortress style racer. You probably couldn't have this high of graphical fidelity. Whoa, that's new. What is this, a Jeep? Let me go a little bit further back. Don't see that happening in racing games too often. It's kind of fun. Square tires are really bad. Oh, did I flip because of touching the curb? to be made from short strips of rubber laid side to side. Radials are made from long strips going all the way around the circumference. Really? Huh, I guess that's one of those things where it's hard to imagine doing it the old way. Was it just cheaper to do it the old way? You can model that like knowing that, watching that evolution of like game design for 40 years. Where you see some things in older games like, why did they ever do it this way? And it's like, well, that's how they did it in the arcade, and they did it in the arcade because of this and that. Cheaper and easier, but the tires tend to suck and not last long. Were they able to just make radial tires like more expensive through... Oh, the manufacturing techniques and material sciences hadn't evolved. Let's see. Interesting. AI difficulty for event list. I'm kind of autopilot selecting the next race. After this one, I'll back out and mess around with settings. Does this game not have a horn button? It's kind of funny. Only racing games for babies let you honk the horn. Oh, unnecessary weight. It's always funny to me that racing games will have a dedicated button for the horn when it has like no use case. So maybe you could like taunt opponents in online play, but... Oh, didn't mean to do that. Just messing around with buttons for a second. Finally, you can play La Cucaracha or whatever. Yeah, I've always been curious for different racing disciplines, how much of it works due to like rigidly enforced penalties, how much of it works because of rigidly structured rules, and how much of it works because of, like, you know, for lack of a better term, gentlemen's agreements of not doing things that would be unsportsmanlike. Or dangerous, I suppose. Like, it's one thing to have a play style in basketball about, like, inducing fouls or whatever, or fighting in hockey, but it's quite a bit more dangerous when you have a giant hunk of death metal run over your sprint. I guess I could better say La Cucaracha at the top of his lungs. That's smart, the horn being on the item button. Okay, this guy's got a cute little smile. I think we're gonna pick him just because of that cute little smile on the bumper there. I like that. It's cute, it's small, it's got a wide nose. This guy looks sad, like, actually looks kind of bummed out. I almost, like, want to pick him out of, like, feel for him. The guy's wearing cool sunglasses. He's too cool. I really like this guy's little smile, but I feel bad for this one. I guess he looks sad, less sad from the front. That's okay. Okay, so we're gonna do the thing here. I can do it after selecting the race, but before actually hitting go. Thanks, Ramadan. That's pretty funny. Is that technically against the rules in sprinting? Are you not allowed to yell? Or is that just gentleman's agreement? Okay, so we're turning stability control off. Okay. Are most race cars manuals? I guess that makes sense. I've driven stick before, and I can ride a motorcycle, so I'm somewhat used to that, but it really doesn't feel like being able to drive in real life has any kind of transferable skill whatsoever to video games. Maybe if you handed me a steering wheel and a pedal, like a brake pedal, but only in like a piece of shit like Ford Focus, I think. They need their lungs for sprinting. Do you waste any air if you're just yelling on the exhale, though? It's fun to imagine like a variant of track and field that's just yelling track and field where everyone's required to yell the whole time. Yeah. Okay, so I don't yet feel what stability is doing. What should this be changing? I think I understand what steering and auto brake are doing. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. So maybe I'll get used to it whenever I go up. Was there another change I should make? Was it the enemy AI? Sorry, I have to. Very stupid sense of humor. Just over here imagining like every kind of racing, like actual marathon sprinting, like F1, where you have the like in-helmet driver audio, but everyone is just yelling. It's not that funny, but I keep imagining it and it's making me laugh. I have to stop. Okay, there's a specific setting for it. So World Tour is always just trying to like calibrate it to my like most recent performance or an average of my performance. Yeah, exactly, Scar. That's exactly. Big Enough, I think, is the song. Oh, I see. I'll check that next level. Bringing home the bacon. Okay, that gives me a nice check mark. I appreciate that. So, like, since I was getting used to B, let's go back on B. The reason I pick one of these green squares over another green square is because I like the tracks that are in the set, I guess. Where it's just a big screen for you to like get all the check marks and 100% it, right? Okay, big checklist, gotcha. It's a thing to do, so I must do it. Oh, sure. And World Tour doesn't really? Like, it'll keep trying to modify to whatever you've selected? I guess in real life, can you make a Chevy Spark do anything? Is that, or is that just a fiction for the game so people can use the cars they like in World Tour? Or there's probably a practical limit to the money you'd spend on it? Difficulty that it's gonna show up. And upgrades. So I want this on medium, I guess. I see. Yeah, I guess for a game like this, for me to like actively want to try different cars and try different builds and stuff, it would have to have a whole shitload of content that's like hyper locked just to those setups. And I guess I get the sense that simulationist racing games are intended to be more sandboxy for the player, like succeed with whatever your favorite car is, as opposed to like, okay, you got to do this with the big car, or you got to do this with the Spark or whatever. Way too. Okay, that's pretty tough. Oh, okay. So that's maybe what makes the event list more interesting than the World Tour. Well, I've never played games like this before, so I haven't touched any of the settings. What interferes, do you think? Probably better to be on medium if I'm having to overtake more. That's probably better practice than just getting in first and maintaining it. Earlier braking. Do I have to worry at all about copyrighted audio in this game? Sounds like it's all pretty like straightforward EDM, like dubstep and stuff. So should I be feeling the effects of stability here? This tier? Okay, cool. I don't mind if they like put a monetization claim on it. I just don't want it to get blocked on YouTube like happens with some Tony Hawk games. I see. Struggle with this turn here. Okay, well I guess I'll see what happens when I upload it. So that actually wants me to break through that almost that entire turn. Has there ever been a like simulationist motorcycle game? That might be kind of interesting to try. I feel like the reality of riding a motorcycle is more intuitive to me, even though it's the same kind of concepts. Interesting. Sure, less budget. Yeah, the like mechanism of counter steering on a motorcycle is fun. And so when you say that it can feel satisfying or like zen, just make the turn successfully, I can understand that abstractly by imagining like driving on a windy road on a motorcycle. You kind of have to like tip the bike in the wrong direction to get it to lean the way you want it to go, right? And so when you pull that off well, it feels pretty good. I've encountered a lot of arcadey motorcycle / motocross type games where you're like doing tricks and stuff, but I'm not sure how well they would translate to a video game controller, to be honest. That would be my concern. Because this series always supported a full rig with like a steering wheel and pedals and everything and a shifter. Oh, geez. Okay, so in that situation, the back of my ass was sliding to the left. Would it be correct then for me to point my analog stick to the left? I absolutely cannot convert my driving in the snow intuition to an analog stick. Okay, gotcha. I'm not sure I follow, Joel. Are you saying that the BGM is distracting? Like the music? I think the engine sound is honestly like super loud. It's hard to hear myself think, but I assume that that's like part of the appeal. I think I also have, oh, it's gonna be utility and manual. That makes sense. I have probably an unfair association of loud engine sounds with like people in real life who rev their engines at stoplights, and I'm like, you're cool, bud, real cool. Okay, medium seems fine. I guess what's the max brand loyalty? If I cap it out, I'll switch cars. They can get me with XP accrual. Okay, so... Guy doesn't look angry. Looks like he's wearing cool, like, fashion sunglasses. I don't know. This guy looks, like, way too normal. Oh, that's a big smile. We like to see a big smile. Out flattens at 10 and the XP gets super steep. Okay, maybe I'll switch out once we get to 10. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy it. I guess it's got a big smile on the top of it and a kind of a nerdy smile at the bottom. I guess I can try turning the BGM off. Do they have to do a bunch of like Foley work to get the sound for this game? Like, is the actual sounds of these cars recorded or something? I'll have to work on my association to make that be a positive sound. What does the tire sound like? Can I switch to that? Oh, it's fairly different. Did that change anything? Did I, like, save the change? I guess I can hear when I'm, like, driving over the curb better. That's maybe helpful. Ah, shit. Yeah. Robust sound library that already exists of every car. Is it mostly just doing the engine sound? I can't tell if it's like there's anything else in the mix other than the engine and the tires. It's actually making me super self-conscious because I'm bad at this game. It's better. Whew. Conceal my badness. Generic dance music. I think this song occasionally has like a person whispering in it, but it doesn't completely come through in the mix because of how much precedence they give to the engine sound. So it just sounds like there's somebody whispering in my ear, like I've got like a Discord call that's on by accident or something. So this race is like long as fuck. Is that because of because I'm class B and it's expecting me to use a car other than the Spark? I guess I'm still not completely understanding like the different classes and if I'm gonna get held back by the fact that I'm using the Spark or if the upgrade system just makes it competitive with all the cars in this tier. You're saying something about the length of the race goes up depending on the assumed class, but is that because you can race them underclassed or something? Okay, gotcha. It'd be nice if they had a version of the racing line that just was the color, like in the center of the screen, but didn't necessarily draw the line. That's the biggest help for me, just knowing, oh, it wants me to brake here. see. So, knowing that I'm not going to do 100% of the event list, is there part of the event list I should focus on? Is it the restricted ones on the left? Okay. I'll do that after this one then. So if I use an older car, like the big car, like, does it actually put me at a disadvantage against other cars in the race, or does it try to, like, calibrate the other cars so that they're using the same tires and what have you? Shit. So is stability like trying to straighten you out when you start fishtailing, or? Okay. That's distinct from auto steer. Auto steer is making it behave more like the way the analog stick works in a kart racer, instead of it attempting to map the stick to a steering wheel, sort of. Hooray! Not a great face. Also kind of a dopey face. Oh, it's got a cute little face in the top. The little grill. Guy looks too serious. I think we're taking the cute little face. Okay, so we're saying that if we're in this menu, we should be looking at these guys. So I should start with things that are towards the left that are green, and then start looking at the ones that are blue. Okay. I wonder why it says that my car is eligible if it can't actually do it. And it will automatically filter this from among the ones that are legal. I picked this one based on roundness, but it has a pretty good face too, although it is kind of like catching flies in its open mouth. Is there something else that has to change for my Spark to classify or qualify for an S-Class event? Yeah, it's weird that it showed it as a valid choice. So is this one rear wheel drive? I mean, let me just go back. Okay. I don't like it. I don't know that I'll ever like it. Feels like my ass is swinging everywhere. So I was able to feel the difference. I think I've asked this question in prior racing games, but like, and I'm sure it was answered and I just didn't internalize it. Why wouldn't you just always have all-wheel drive for racing? Apparently heavier. I wish I had any kind of physical intuition for it at all. Like, I understand the definitions, but, like, I guess to me, I'm imagining a car where the power of the engine is turning the front wheels and I'm dragging the back wheels behind me. I feel like, in my mind, it would make sense for, in that case, your ass to fly around. So it's weird that it feels my ass is swinging out on the rear wheel drive. It's just I have no intuition for cars whatsoever. Well, that's maybe a helpful way to think about it. Okay. Force, okay. Right. Okay, I can understand that, because you have to understand that a bit with a motorcycle. I can understand why pulling the brake on the front tire on a motorcycle and doing it too abruptly can cause the bike to flip over, right? But you don't really think about brakes on cars as applying separately to different tires, so I haven't really had to think about the forces acting on the tires on a car before. The wheels are working. Front tires do everything. The load is divided between steering and accelerating. Okay, so what you're saying is when I'm turning with the wheels that aren't also pushing me forward. And that changes the feel as well. Okay, that's a good way to put it. I think I get what you're saying. I don't know if it'll stick, but if I ask the question enough times in these racing games, one day it might stick. Steering the front of your car into a turn, then using the power of the rear wheels to overpower the car's momentum. So it's like when I turn the wheels on the front of the car, because all the acceleration is coming from the back wheels keep wanting to go in the direction they were going originally and take a second to kind of adjust to the direction that the whole vehicle is moving. Which is why it feels like my ass is swinging out from behind me. Doing green ones over here. I guess I can do anything that's only a single race too. I can try to prioritize those. Hey, thanks, Endless Trench. Appreciate that. Looking out. Very few of these are one race. Okay. Never mind. So what's in the evolution of like car design? What came first? Was it all-wheel drive to start, and then they were like, "Oh, we can just pick a pair of wheels"? Was it we picked a pair of wheels to begin with, and it was the front or the back? Came later. Okay, I mean that makes sense. Why would you work harder? I guess if all-wheel drive came later, what like problem were they trying to solve? Like off-road driving? I hope these questions aren't annoying. I literally know nothing, and this is a good way for me to learn. Anything besides trucks until the 80s. Also turned on a thing that was supposed to show me the distance from the person in front of me. Is that displayed somewhere other than above their car? Oh, is that the thing in the top left under place? Okay. Okay, I see it. That shows me the placement of everybody too, which is helpful. Yeah, I have a like completely abstract black box relationship to cars. It's unfortunate. It seems like it would be fun to know more about them, but knowing nothing about them also completely puts me at the mercy of like mechanics, which, having been screwed by mechanics in the past, is uncomfortable. Like, I'm relatively tech savvy, and I've seen people get fleeced by like the Geek Squad at Best Buy. And seeing the extent of the scam there, and then knowing that that probably happens to me every time I go to a mechanic is a little bit scary. Oh. Let's go back. Already too far back? Let's see. Car sounds like it's sick. Let me erase a whisper quiet Prius with its fake ghost engine noise. That short YouTube video of the like bin full of the like rubber chickens that when you squeeze them they like let out a honking noise. That's what this car sounds like. Hack my Xbox and edit in the sound of the big enough cowboy screaming for the engine sound. Have to buy one. I do it just to try it. Curious to see what they do with the game sound if they shame you. It's funny that they were so proud of that Clarkson quote that the game like opens with it. Sounds like the audio is clipping when it's at like max acceleration. Max speed, I should say. Whoops. Got a little too hard. Yeah. Okay. Kind of looks like he's wearing glasses. Shape of the mouth is really important here. That kind of that duck lip face. He looks like he's wearing like grandpa glasses. So do we take grandpa glasses or do we take... I guess it's got a cute little smile with a cute little nose at the top there. I like the cute little smile. I'll take that. Yeah, cute little smile. See, aha! That's it. That's fine. So if I wanted to check out the other cars, I'll finish doing this. There's like a shop that I can visit. If I had been just accruing credits as the main use case for credits, buying cars as opposed to paying for upgrades, especially since your like manufacturer bonus makes that free eventually. I guess that's annoying if you have to like upgrade into a class before you've maxed out the manufacturer bonus. You're just spending money that you can never, well, I guess you reclaim it by doing more races, but it's like I'm trying to find something to optimize. You do whatever the base class of the car is, you race it enough until you're getting free parts. Sure, it literally doesn't matter. Okay. Credits if I'm not trying to catch them all. Okay. Are the DLC cars backported to some of these event lists things? I guess it depends on the event, right? I'm guessing none of them get any like custom events that you need the DLC car for. Maybe that's what you were talking about, why you wanted more DLC included because of the custom events. But even that is still just like, they're all just like the track, right? The Porsche expansion does? Okay. Do they just not have Porsche on board in the game initially? It's very strange to me that car manufacturers are so weird about this, like... Well, no, I guess it makes sense. So you think that all publicity is a good publicity, but they want to have a seat at the table to make sure their car isn't getting treated like shit or something. Oh, EA had a deal. Oh, of course. It's a familiar thing, destroying art, rearing its ugly head. EA's monopoly on, like, Madden and the NFL going away anytime soon. There's a bunch of other fucked up, like, sports deals that have made gaming really shitty. It's interesting. Sunday driver. I have like a built-in strong negative reaction to the sound of tires squealing, so like I let off the brakes as soon as I hear it. Is that a bad idea? Should I be like welcoming that sound during a long turn? I'm trying to identify the bad habits that I already have and at least work on becoming aware of them before I actually learn how to deal with them. Yeah, like my intuition tells me as soon as I see red, brake enough so that the line turns green and then just accelerate through the turn. That's kind of how they teach you to ride a motorcycle, is as you're approaching a turn, slow down enough so that you can accelerate through the entire turn. It's kind of the safest way to do it. But I guess here the objective isn't safety, it's maximizing speed. Hey, Six Gun, how you doing? Yeah, so, okay, I was trying to align with the arrow and hold the brake down, and like every time I do that, I get tires squealing. Is that just a necessity of the turn, or is there another way I can manipulate the brake so that doesn't happen? Yeah, no danger, you're gonna fall out of the car, exactly. Tip over. Yeah, the main advantage of accelerating during a turn on a motorcycle is that it stabilizes you. It keeps you from tipping over. And I assume something comparable is happening in a car. It's just harder for me to imagine it because there's not the obvious bad outcome of falling over. Yeah, well, I was wondering if that's actually correct. If it's like, okay, I see red, that means I should brake early and then accelerate and steer through the turn. Or if it literally means I want you to be pressing this button during this turn, like at this exact point. Accelerating on corner exit can help reduce understeer. I think that makes sense. Right. Yeah, it's just like significantly more pronounced with a motorcycle. But it can be tough to like translate intuition to, you know, articulating that into English and then being able to apply that English to a video game that doesn't exactly map to doing it in an actual real car, right? I give it a try. My kind of intuition is to start letting off the gas as I'm approaching a turn. I'm just kind of relying on that to be my main solution. Braking is scary. I find that when I brake, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just sliding all over the place here, trying to control the car. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I guess if I picture it in my mind as, oh, my objective is once I see red, I need to turn the red yellow. Maybe my brain can process that better. Now, I don't know if that's ever going to convert to playing without the arrow, because the arrow is still, like, insanely helpful here. feel like the arrow is probably a good way to like build muscle memory though. Even if I have it on for dozens of hours, just kind of get in the habit of tapping the brake like that near the start of the turn. I'm still tapping the brake, which I understand is a mistake, but I actually kind of have a, this is probably for motorcycles, a fear of braking too hard, because like I was saying earlier, if you brake too hard, the bike can like flip, right? So I'll tend to like run a yellow light rather than suddenly brake and stop right before it because of that fear. They'll like actually teach you to do that too, like try not to come to an abrupt stop at a yellow light. It's actually more dangerous than just going through it. Yeah, this track doesn't have a really nasty turn on it. Is audio balance okay with like the constant roaring noise? Looks okay in the equalizer. Maybe it's a touch loud. So long as you can hear me. Okay. Try to remember that for this game. Barely peeking into the yellow at max loudness. Yeah, I try to approach lights. Andrew always calls it a stale green light, right? If you see the light is green from really far away, you start modifying your approach as though it's going to turn yellow at any moment. But there's some terrible distance to be at, the exact perfect distance to be at where it turns yellow and you're just going too fast and you have to go. I'll favor going rather than stopping every time just because of muscle memory from the motorcycle. I think the wisdom about, I mean, don't run a red light, right? Don't run a yellow that's like actively red for more than a full second, but I do think the wisdom that running the yellow is often safer than coming to a stop, because even if you're in a car and you're not going to flip over, like it adds something that's unexpected for the person behind you to react to if you slam on your brakes. What? Thanks, Dropnut. Thing with the manual gearbox would be good to learn. Or is this a game you can't play in automatic? I think we're gonna do manual at some point, right? I'm just trying to ease into it. Okay, that car's face has got too much going on. He's got a big clown nose. I mean, maybe the clown nose is charming. We'll come back to him, but he's got kind of a frown. I don't know if I like that. This guy looks surprised, shocked. Mildly surprised. He's not shocked. Oh, I hate this one. What? He doesn't have a face. What are we even doing? Oh, this guy rules. I love this guy's face. He looks like a turtle. Okay, turtle wins, no question. Little turtle face. Oh, I need to stay white so we can see the face. I could make it like bright green later, maybe. Okay, I think I do want to try a different car because I don't like the engine sound on this one. This guy looks a little uptight, but I can roll with it. Turtle Pope Range Rover Edition. Praise the dog. Need to find a race that'll accept the turtle car. I really like the pig car. I'm sad that its like ass is so swingy. Well, I think the turtle car is pretty competitive. Events for SUVs. I like this guy's face. Kind of looks like he's got like tall eyebrows. So do pro players enjoy like the first person view? I'm curious, like is there like a global recognized preference, and playing in third person is for scrubs? I guess they went to the trouble of like modeling the inside of all the cars, right? I'm using tilt controls. I really have to brake. Shit. Oh, that's a really tight turn. Okay. Doing okay on medium. I could probably crank the AI up a little bit. That's so interesting that they keep the shittiness of the older cars. I see. I just let off the accelerator while braking completely. I try to let off when it turns yellow, and then until it turns yellow and green again, I don't press it again. The engine noise in this one is less obnoxious than the last one. The idea of appreciating engine noise is interesting. I guess I encountered that a bit in motorcycle hobbydom. Like, I never cared for it, but there'll be like Harley guys that will modify their bike to be as loud as possible. And they'll be like, you know, loud pipes save lives, and you're like, uh-huh. Sure. Really gotta brake on this turn. At least I'm not like crashing. Is there some kind of auto difficulty setting that's not requiring me to pay as much attention to that? I thought you said that there was some setting that was like allowing me to floor it more safely than I would otherwise. Yeah, this is sim, although it's like attempting to be a light introduction to sim by letting you manually turn off all the sim things. I guess it starts with all of them turned off, and then you can kind of enable them over time. I'm quite bad at it. I have no idea what I'm doing. These are all older cars in this particular race. I'm not like suffering for the brakes are being bad. Everybody's brakes are bad. You see. Maybe I should spend more time on the events menu studying what the event is. They're all kind of like racing on tracks. Kind of blurring together. I'd probably appreciate them more if I got the sense like, ah, they're all Nissans and they're all old as fuck. Cool. So like free for when you first boot the game up, all of the like guided non-sim effects are on, like auto steer and auto brake and auto traction and auto stability. So the very first race controls like Mario Kart, and then you can slowly drop those off, like if you're bad at sims like I am. With the same engine, okay. Okay, so if I can kind of abstractly understand the game as about trying to turn the red arrows green or yellow, that's a little bit more helpful as a way for me to try to improve here. I can add other lessons in when I turn things off. Again, you'll have to tell me when you think it's time to turn something off or to hike something up. Oh god, that was... my controller disconnect? Try that again. No, it didn't disconnect. It just felt like the car was going somewhere and not responding to my analog stick. So, the 4 pips that are grading you on a turn, is it just a score of 1, 2, 3, or 4, or does each pip correspond to a different thing, like braking versus how close you were to the line versus top speed? It'd be nice to know, well, you followed the line okay, but you did too much braking. It's a score out of 4, okay. Yeah, I think this name's objective is to get me there over the course of the next 50 hours or so. Free for this is not my genre. I have no experience with it. I played a brief session of Gran Turismo on stream a few years ago, and it was real bad. I did not do well. I could make a turn. Y'all doing okay there? I need to try to. I wish I could make that turn assessment thing be in like dead center of the screen. Sometimes forget to look at it because I'm very tunnel visioned onto the racing line. Like, I think you could remove the car graphic and just replace it with a shitty wireframe and the road and everything, and I would just drive it based on the racing line. Kind of a fun challenge to make your Dwarf Fortress level racing sim that's just like absolutely, completely shitty graphics. I guess there's not a lot of market for that because I think a lot of the audience for these games are really into like the specific cars and the look of them, not just the mechanics of driving. Oh, there's a game that does that? That's interesting. I've never seen anybody describe what this is. I'm sure someone has in a game design book or video essay or something, but like, there's a couple genre of games that you have to almost bring an external appreciation into it. And I think in addition to racing games, there's mech games, giant robot games. I've never really like clicked with giant robot games. I think there are, and it's interesting with giant robots because like it could be a new IP that you've never encountered before, and you could really click with like building the robot and picking its arms and legs and weapons and shoulder cannons and stuff, right? But I feel like it's tapping into a similar part of the brain that just, I guess, doesn't light up for me ever. Flight sims, I could see that as well, yeah. So like I've played a decent number of mech games and giant robot games, and I can find something to enjoy in there, but part of it is never like, what does my robot look like? Like I don't give a shit. I wish I could, because I get people care about that a lot. Okay, so this one has a really tiny face at the top. Whoa, okay, this guy's got, he's missing all of his front teeth, but he's got teeth on the sides. I like that one. Big old tooth gap. That one has a fun smiley face, but the tooth gap has to win. He's got like vampire fangs. You know, he looks more like a dork. He's not cool to be a vampire. He has to stay red though. I don't know what you would call that appreciation in games. It probably maps to other genres as well. I'm not sure if it's the same thing as like, oh, I want to play as my favorite, you know, running back in a football game or something. Maybe that's different. Yeah, I certainly get the sense that there's still like something here in addition to that. Like that's like a layer, that's like a thing that can hook you, right? And then also there's like stellar gameplay. Like I do really appreciate the learning curve in this and all the tools they put in place to make it easier for someone like me to adapt to it. Having played just a little bit of Gran Turismo, I know how bad it can get, so I know how much work this game is putting in. I guess that'd be another problem. If I hadn't have played a little bit of Gran Turismo and this was my first introduction, I'd be like, what's the big idea? I don't see what the big deal is. I remember this track. Annoying. Maybe I should keep it on medium because I still kind of have to drive well to stay in first place. That'll help me gauge how poorly I'm doing once I turn some of the other things off later. Right now, the only things I've shut off are stability, steering, and braking. I think transmission is going to be a big difficulty spike. I know how to do it in real life, but I have no idea if that's going to map at all to this. Is it like two buttons? One is shift up, one is shift down. It's gonna be really hard for me to like conceptualize what gear I'm in. When I do it in real life, I'm 100% dependent on engine sound. And the thing that I can do is like an emergency to check that I'm in neutral. Oh, clutch as well. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I understand that sometimes you want to be in a lower gear to get more power to like climb a hill or something, but I'm guessing the tracks in this are flat enough that that sort of thing doesn't ever matter. Clutch literally just a second button, like you have to press and hold it while tapping up and down. Oh, that's kind of smart. So you'll actually be going faster with the assist off. Managing the clutch is actually pretty fun in a stick shift and on a motorcycle. But I'm very worried about just kind of mentally conceptualizing what gear I'm in without having like the tactile feeling of a stick where I can tell this is in the top left corner, right? Okay. What else we got here? Garage cars eligible. I guess I can pick these based on the featured car face as well. These are all like, they're interchangeable. Like the picture, like it, my brain just, it's like I'm looking at a late 2000s, early 2010s like game display case at Walmart, and there's just like dozens and dozens of like shovelware DS and Wii titles, and my eyes just aren't settling on them and seeing them. It's like I see, okay, there's Mario, don't see horses. I guess I'll just pick one. This is the one with the little happy face. Okay, that's fun. Is there a difference between four-wheel drive and all-wheel drive, or are those just different terms for the same thing? It's a stupid question, but I'm honestly not sure. There's a bit of the ass swinging problem, it feels like. Feels like it takes forever to turn. Is that right? Like I'm really having to like push the stick all the way to the right. Anything can ass swing if it's fast enough. technically different, but not by much. Oh, is it like... I'm going to say this stupidly because I don't actually know how cars work. Is it like a single assembly that's turning all the wheels at the same time versus the wheels being turned separately? Under acceleration, gets traction easier throttle. Is that the kind of thing that I wouldn't notice with traction control on? I see. How does it try to do that? Like, it can't be based on user input, right? Can you try to help me understand what traction control is doing for me right now? Like, I literally understand what it means. It's helping the wheels stay on the road, right? We don't want them losing connection with the pavement, but like, how is it doing that? And what am I, once I turn that off, how am I gonna have to manage that? I don't think I've ever encountered a situation other than like when I'm like hydroplaning or something where, or if I'm like stuck in deep snow where it feels like my wheels aren't touching the road. Wheels are spinning without touching the road. It cuts the power. Interesting. So why does that kind of naturally get them back in contact with the road? Just trying to physically understand what's going on. Oh. So much power in the wheels to overcome the coefficient of friction. So the wheels start spinning. Slipping. Okay. Okay. I think I'm understanding better. So, does every modern car have traction control? Like they have it in racing, or is it the racers want to have direct control over that themselves for reasons? I was surprised that turning off ABS was like a difficulty increase, because I'm like, would you turn off ABS? Isn't that always a good thing? But I guess not, huh? I guess I've never thought about that being a problem in like normal driving, like ever. Interesting. Oh, that's a good comparison, 6-gun. Right, once your finger starts to slip, if you had traction control on your hand, it would stop your finger from moving forward. And it eventually just kind of puts you at max friction. Oh, I just noticed it grades you on passes too. That's interesting. So what is it looking for in a good pass? That you're as close to the line as possible? I think maybe the way to do this, I'm still going to defer to This Name Is Lame to recommend when to adjust difficulty and stuff, but maybe it makes sense that each stream I turn something off to help with muscle memory. I'm going to have a little bit of a reset in between episodes, and I think we'll have enough episodes in this series that I'll have everything turned off by the end. Does that seem reasonable? Any pass is a good pass, okay. I've seen it pop up and say smooth pass before. Oh, I really had to push that one. Kind of satisfying pressing the brake and seeing the line change colors. I'm not sure there's honestly much utility in turning off rewind. I guess I'd have to think about it, but rewind just seems like a straight up stream time save. I still get the emotional impact and the embarrassment of having to press the button, but if all at the end of the day all it affects is like the money multiplier, and I'm not trying to catch them all. The other ones I do because it sounds like they would be interesting for like learning the simulationist style of play better. Okay, twice a stream until they're all on then. So next one would be next episode at the beginning, and then another one at the 2-hour mark. Oh, really? Like I was asking for before? Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. So what is it just, does it project like a red, yellow area in front of you? That might be worth doing. Yeah, because I have absolutely zero feel for that without the racing line. Like I can't just look at the road and go, ah, I have to brake here, like at all. Is it like projected on the road in the part where it wants you to brake? Drops out for straightaways. Okay, okay. Yeah, that could be good. Well, I'd like to turn them off one by one so that I can appreciate what each of them is doing. Because if I just turned all of them off, I'm just going to crash into the wall and flail. But I guess part of the reason we're doing this is it's interesting to see what and appreciate what racing games are doing under the hood. Both simulationist and non-simulationist ones, right? Because it doesn't even occur to me before this conversation that all racing games assume infinite perfect friction with the tires in the road, right? Like, you don't have tire slippage in Mario Kart. It's just not something that's in the model. That might also help me to guide discussion a bit, too, about what I'm doing wrong. I think the chat discussion is really important for me. I'm not sure I'd be able to do this like off stream because I was sort of naturally approaching the I'm gonna brake before the turn until the line turns green thing. But in my mind, I'm like, this is cheating. This is not what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to like brake precisely where it tells me to during the turn. Until Zixcon was, no, that's fine actually. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Looks like he's got buck teeth. That's cute. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know. Blind guy with a mustache? Maybe his eyes are, he's just like sleepy. I don't know. The buck teeth. The mustache is kind of cool though. We don't have any mustaches. We got somebody with silly teeth already. Let's do the mustache. Take the default color, it's fine. Yeah. That guy is a happy boy. Look how happy he is. Aha! Like, car designers have to make those faces on purpose, right? Like, they have to be aware of what they're doing. So I think a lot of fancy cars all look like angry and cool. It's not pure pareidolia. Yeah, that's kind of cool. If it was just like throwing me a fixed car every time, I'd be like, okay, thanks. But I have to like make some kind of mini game out of it, so yeah, intentional pareidolia. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, that's kind of cool. Even if it's like random, but pick one out of these 3 random options, lets you feel like you're doing something. But I think there's strong like dopamine utility in just giving the player even like a choice where like one of them is an obvious correct choice can feel good for the player. Be like, aha, I smartly selected this. Clearly someone has to make a roguelite simulationist racing game. Because you would, there's always a chance you could find the car randomly instead of buying it. Were they doing it for like scummy reasons, do you think? They never added like buying cars with real life money, did they? That's kind of what picking from one of 3 cars feels like. It's kind of cool. Not that it's like actually advancing a build or something, but it reminds me of selecting from like 3 relic choices in a deck builder. Buy car tokens for real money, gross. I guess it's like a money on the table kind of a thing. Some whale is just gonna dump it to get all the cards right away, so may as well let them pay us instead of them playing the game. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder how you would structure a roguelike racing game. And keep it interesting to where you feel like you're like on a run and you're like developing a build, right? Oh, that's kind of cool. Survival horror driving game. Have you seen anything about it with like what kind of upgrades they do? And a 70 station wagon. Sure, that makes sense, yeah. But if it like randomized what tracks you were being presented with, whether your car was good for the track or not. It's a door with one made of steel plate and duct tape. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. I have no opinion because I am a complete simulationist racing noob. This is my first time seriously playing one for longer than a couple hours. It's the turtle! Hell yeah. I should make this car green because it's a turtle. Get a decal to make it look like it has like a Ninja Turtle bandana. Seems like turtle green. The old dog. No! So sad. Excited to use my turtle. I guess I could just use the turtle on one of these other green missions here. Pavement pounders, you say? I need to replace the like Range Rover there with like a strip of color there so it looks like a Ninja Turtle bandana. This is Dennis Reynolds' car, isn't it? It's an amphibious exploring vehicle. It's way too loud. Can I zoom out further? Okay, good. Wondering why it was telling me to brake there. I'm like, I don't need to brake through that. And then I saw where the arrow was actually pointing. Whoa! The scene where Dennis is trying to sell the Range Rover after it's like in a lake to a guy. I think I have the whole monologue memorized. It's very funny. Nice slow vehicle. Good starter car. Yeah, the only other way I'll be able to interact with the cars in this game, other than to talk about the silly faces they have on the front, is to pick cars that I'm kind of familiar with from like movies and TV shows. Is the Chevy Impala from Drive in this? Really gotta brake up here. We're gonna have a bad day. Whoops. So, like, did they, like, make a mistake where those just shouldn't cause your car to flip, but they do? Or would a car actually flip on those in real life? Jeeps. Oh god, it happened again. It's really weird. Occasionally it feels like the game just doesn't acknowledge my left stick. It's probably something in the simulation that I'm not accounting for. I flipped on this track earlier on the Spark. I wanted to enjoy my Ninja Turtle. Uh-oh. I didn't realize I have been going on 2 wheels. It's hard for me to see that. Land Rover fan. Okay. Oh, cute, happy frog. We like the frog. Okay, this guy's got like, he's like a cyberpunk boar with like the tusks on the side. I don't know if I like his cool glasses. I think they're too cool. Okay, this guy is way too cool. Oh, he just has the one tooth in the middle, which is kind of stupid looking. He's trying to be cool with his cool eyes. I think it's the happy frog. I don't think I just thought he was a frog because he started out green, but I want to account for that possible bias here. He can stay froggy. This will probably be the last race here. We'll see what the timer's at after this one. So I guess they get more utility out of the tracks by like changing which parts of them are closed off. Okay. Calculated. Not calculated. I'm already slip sliding around here because of him bumping me. So when I hear the tires screeching, what am I actually hearing happening? I get that it's bad. Are they slipping a bunch? That's tough because I can barely see the line going up the hill there. Glad this game worked all stream. I have this fucked up issue with my Xbox 360 where when I go to turn the game on, I have to like forcefully strike the top of the game, the console, to get the disc to align to start reading it. And then once it starts reading it, it's fine. But it's like I have to like strike it uncomfortably hard and do it a few times to get it to boot. I just ordered a new 360 just in case we play any other games that aren't backwards compatible, but Still a little scary. Try to read chat here in a sec. This is kind of a tough race to look away from. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to keep legs for like 50 hours without very slowly releasing the clamps of the simulationist stuff. I feel like if all the clamps come off and then I'm just playing it for 30 hours and just doing these tracks over and over, I mean, I'll do it, but I'll feel like I'll have seen everything there is to see and be over it, you know, 5% of the way through that. But I'm not just like in permanent shame mode like I was with Gran Turismo or... Well, Gran Turismo was really the only one that was like that. I was bad at Midnight Club too, but I enjoyed it because I kind of got the heart rate increase of doing a difficult boss fight for 2 hours and being stuck on it. But the control this game affords you over difficulty doesn't let me get that feeling, I don't think, and I don't know that it will, even with all the clamps off. Yeah, I hear you. All right, thanks, Turtle Car. Okay, Future Marstead, I guess, finish up this set of 3 races. It's under the Land Rover set, SUV body style. It's too bad it doesn't put a symbol on it if you started it. Yeah, well, that's where it is.